Hello, guys. Let's see if today treats me any better. I hope. Though I do think the last one was pretty good. I enjoyed my time last time. Just gotta figure out what I want to play today. That I'll be playing much frontliners. I might need to try the Guan aspect. But otherwise I'll probably just play mages. I don't see why I would play anything else. I only have 1 life in this run, which is kind of bad. I don't really know if you can get more lives once you've lost them. Alright, let's give this one more shot. I only have 1 life, so it's not like I can really try this out that much. momentum for this. It is real hard to build momentum in this. Slow-mo. Where's the last one? Over there. No, I'm not making that. Well, about as far as I waited last time. We'll see if I can get some upgrades. How much do I have? 700? Oh, I can definitely not get some upgrades. I gotta just go again. Maybe look for some more speed-oriented upgrades. Since I really feel like I need that at the last level. Oh my god, what even happened? Oh, we're lost alive. I might just start with a Hades game, just to keep it simple. I'm just gonna abandon this one. I cannot risk losing a life before the final boss. Hades ban. Interesting. It's fine. I should leave something else fun open. Could just also start with Sobek. This simplest of simplest things. See, someone might be listening to the stream, eh? That's good, because I want Aladdin. Or, who knows? Nope, it's not a listener. I just realized what time it is. Lately I've been starting a bit earlier, so I'm not used to getting into the Nika queue instantly, but I guess it's nice I'm already in the queue. Wait, I am looking over at... Okay, never mind. That's my own stream. There we go. I just looked over where I have my OBS, and it was lagging like crazy. But it was on my own stream. I guess it's just because I have so much shit running that it couldn't run the stream properly. But no worries. Luckily that was just on my end. How is that a D rank? The hell, man? They're heavy on physical on their team. 3 ADCs. I mean, overall, it's a nice comp for me to deal with, I guess, if I end up being actually getting to late game. But then they also have Guan Yu, so not really sure how much I actually want to hit late game. Alright. Almost feels like an Aegis game more than a Beats game, but if I don't want to beat since a sub res, I'm probably just screwed.
A little something extra, just in case the genie is busy.
Another soul.
I think I just got a bet on my teammates winning this one. Because this won't really be much of a winning lane for me, I think. We're both just going to be farming for late game.
Really not exactly what I was hoping for.
Minions have
All good. It's beats.
Lately I've been fucking up my wishes a lot in Aladdin. I gotta make sure I don't do that this time.
Record! To me! Record!
Your middle tower is under attack. Ally has been slain.
Record!
Enemy missing.
Beware the
To me, genie!
You have slain an enemy.
That's so unfortunate. He didn't even insta-impale.
Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under
At
attack.
least I got my harpies in time.
You bring it thunder. Yeah. Your middle tower is under attack.
fucking need ult, man. This game is already kind of terrible for me. Early on her gank.
Careful right.
Beware the ship side. Ray shall wash them away.
You're actually quite impressive.
I tried to actually ult. I should have just insta-ulted when I hit level 5. I didn't realize he was still level 4 at the time.
Be careful. Record.
Bro! Oh, fuck off out the lane, mate. There's no way your quarter health fucking stood there watching whilst he's fucking no health actually helping the Artemis. Fucking diff there, mate.
Enemy missing.
Oh, he's aggressively British. I love it. But why is everyone so loud?
Fuck off elsewhere and stay away.
Dude, it's on 10. How is everyone still so loud?
Your left tower is under
Enemy
attack.
missing right.
That's wild.
Enemy missing.
Probably no use even trying to poke Guan Yu, actually. I don't know what I'm thinking. Just farming player damage. Hello, DMDK.
To me. Record.
I feel like I don't really have a choice but to just sit back, because if I ever try to do anything aggressive, there's gonna be an honor jumping over the wall. Dude's been there 3 times.
Ooh, very good.
Oh, yippee!
Your left tower is under attack.
Dude, what is this, man? How many more people wants to visit me? Huh?
Get this rave started. Drop it low.
Enemy ultimate down.
Enemy ultimate down.
To me, Genie.
Your right tower is under attack.
Attack.
Ally has been slain. Oh, easy wrong. Hasta la vista, amigo. Your right tower is under attack.
I've got Neath ulted as well. 3 times, 2 or 3 times this game.
Your middle tower is under attack.
To me.
I'm not really sure. This is not going to be a game where I'm just allowed to play.
Enemies behind us.
To me, Genie.
Enemy missing.
Your middle tower is under attack. The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury. You bring the thunder, yes!
To me.
Your middle tower is under attack.
To play a good time in solo, yeah, it's just one of those games. Been getting Neath ulted. The on her jungle has been jumping over the walls to smack me already at level 3. And somehow the support has also tried to gank me once.
Record.
What are we doing here though?
Retreat. Retreat.
Like, what is this?
Tower is under attack.
Retreat.
Retreat. Enemy missing.
Record.
Why?
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been
I don't think we're gonna win this game. You can maybe make the argument that I shouldn't have jumped in, but I don't think that was gonna be bad. Like, how are we gonna lose this trade? I can tell you how. Kipri and Ra are confused. That's pretty much how. We just don't have any damage coming in. So I guess I shouldn't have jumped, because that just means I'm in a bad spot. And then they just initiate on me. So, my bad, I suppose. I thought I could initiate a little bit. But we don't really have any
the
damage.
Pyromancer has arrived.
Are we doing well today? I'm in a good mood. Yeah, I'm in a good mood. But we'll see if Smite changes that. It's done. Maybe I can gank Artemis though. Yeah, fuck it. It's not like I have anything to lose.
Ally has been slain.
Take left lane.
Your left tower is under attack.
Let's settle this.
Oh, I'll just fucking do it then. Wait, why did I press no? I literally just said we should probably surrender.
Your right tower is under attack.
Kinda sucks I had to use my wish though. It's not a great wish.
The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your middle tower is under attack.
Record.
Ally has been slain.
Does mean my ult's gonna be back up though. Or is back up.
To me.
I have some good XP. And gold.
Attack.
Really? Surely we can get the on her. Okay, that's fine. We can take my back cams then. Like, why is the support here?
Power them, Genie.
destroyed the gold
Oh, I'm missing everything. Damn it, man! I missed my 2 because he dashed through me. Fuck! And then I missed my 1 as well, which has been more stupid. That was badly played by me.
Your middle tower has been destroyed.
I just missed too much. That's about it. Would have been nice if I had Polly there.
Tower is under attack.
Get him. Oh, he's missing all the autos though. Or hitting all the autos, I should say. That was actually well played. Just shell diff. I mean, we do have 0 frontline presence, but I think it's more the case of a skill diff. Like, it's literally just them not being as good. Like, we've lost before team fighting even began, you know?
Not your fault. I mean, you almost got them both. I don't know what the fuck this duo, I mean, support and mid is doing.
I don't know. The Capri's so dumb though.
Can you city on her? Alright.
Oh, dude, the pillar! Okay, man.
Help!
To me.
Your middle tower.
It's time to get out, boys. Ra is way too confused for this.
Yeah, that's just not gonna happen.
This is not worth playing.
Capri, don't play again.
Defeat.
Not really much to do here. Just gotta go next. This game was cooked from the beginning. If I'm getting like fucking Neath ulted 3 times as solo, I got Neath ulted the first time when I was level 4. Alright? That's when I knew this game was cooked. Fuck me, man. We're gonna need more people to get into the queues. Like, I don't want to sit and trash talk anyone here, but Ra was definitely a bit of an outlier in this. There's no way Guan should get both of us there. I think I'd probably die, but Ra should absolutely have been able to finish him off. He doesn't even have any magic defense. Actually, maybe he did. He was against me after all, on Aladdin, so... Maybe he did have a little bit, but even so. Not that it matters. I know I can't really blame Ra, it's just, you know, matchmaking being all over the place. But also just Shell, man. Dude, I'm so tired of Shell. It's so brain dead. I'm tired of dealing with it. Everyone I feel like I play against now is running Shell in solo too. It's so annoying. And if you don't have Shell, you're just automatically on the back foot. It doesn't matter if you have beats or not, it feels like just go Shell. Who gives a fuck? Unless there's a CC that will straight up one-shot you, then I don't see why you would ever not go Shell. Dude, give me some damn momentum. What is this? Oh. The carry pick was criminal too. Was he ever going to do that game? I don't think it was that bad. like helping me out if I go in as a Latin or something like that is always going to be great. Like Khepri is one of those picks that can really do well, but it's also, you know, it has the chance to be completely useless as well, right? He's always been one of those kinds of picks. Like even Khepri or Kep rather has more of like a consistent use with the shield being just a normal cooldown. But yeah, I see what you're saying. It's just I don't think it's bad necessarily. I do think Khepri is one of the better supports at the moment, I would say, because he actually has some kind of use outside of just being tanky. I actually think Khepri is one of the better ones in terms of if you're running a almost like a full-on backline team comp. I do think Khepri is one. I would rather have a Khepri than like a. I should say like a. I was about to say Ymir, but that's not true. Ymir is just really powerful. Like maybe even a Sobek, I guess, because if Sobek plugs, he just dies. If you don't have anyone else kind of going in with him, like a good plug obviously is great, but if he gets beatsed, he might just die instantly.
God.
What's this? I'm gonna be in Skali now, because I'm assuming there's just Nico. I'll do the Kukulkan. I'm confident. And at least this way I have some self-peeling. In the way of damage with my nados. And realistically, it's just an excuse to play Kukulkan. I want to play him. And if this is a Kali solo, we both need the same items. We're both going for double stacking. We'll essentially be online at about the same time. And she's definitely a bit more scary than I am. But we'll see, I guess. At least in a 1v1, I shouldn't be able to just die on cooldown. And depending on how the laning goes, I might have to go Hexstone as well. Only shit part now, though, is that they have an Ares. Because that means... Oh, no. Oh, that was stupid, man. So much for not losing any lives before the final boss. As I was saying, now that I have Ares, which means not going beats is going to be real bad for me. And I really don't want to go beats here. Because beats will barely help me into Kali. I need Aegis. Otherwise I'll just get one shot. Man. I hate it, but I need to go beats. Or do I? Shit. No. I'm taking the risk. I'm doing Aegis. I'm taking the risk. Wait, who's playing the Ares? I'm not sure I recognize the name, so I am taking the risk. I'm being stupid. They do have some wicked CC chains. Yeah. Don't worry, I am going Hexstone. So I will have something. It's just, I won't have that until my third item. So as long as Ares isn't listening to what I'm saying right now, I should be good, right? Have some respect, Ares. If you gank me at level 3, I will know. I will know that you were listening to me.
Have fun. I I know I will.
Enjoy
Hey there.
yourself.
You're keeping the dream alive.
I do not know who their jungler is, though.
Minions have spawned.
Because that could also be a problem. Do they have any knockups? No, they don't. That's good. Because that would have been real bad. Did I not get the XP for that? There's no way, man. Surely I did. Okay, I did, thank God. It looked like I got so little, though. Did I nerf the blue XP?
That's just awful.
Also, how is he level 2?
Slow down.
Attack.
Yes.
They just rained on your parade.
I know I will.
Very strong.
Slow down. Slow down. Serpent swift.
You have slain an enemy.
Enemy missing.
Oh, you move like a jaguar.
Dude, he's 3-0 already? Damn.
You are fabuloso.
4. Spoke too soon.
Storm strikes. Slow down.
Your middle tower is under attack. Protect the minions.
I'm level 4, man! Why are junglers always level I hate this meta so much, Hyris. How did you fuck this up so bad? How are junglers always level 5 so much earlier than everyone else? Who thought that was a good fucking idea? My god. Sadness on a stick. Rip my blue as well.
Your left tower is under attack.
Yeah, they're both Scorpion XP. It's just, I hate it, man. They just don't know what they're doing. They don't know what they're doing. No matter what they do, it just makes the game worse. I hate it. I'm really fucking trying to enjoy the game. Stop ruining things. I'm going crazy.
Double kill.
Nice job.
Just back and get this. I might even delay. Now that I have gotten smacked early on, and I might end up having a real rough time in my lane, maybe I need to go Hexstone already. Let's see. We'll see what happens until I'm back next time. Because at least now that I have ult, I should have an easier time, but Kali at this point can definitely screw me up.
Enemy missing.
I'll just try and see if I can poke a little bit.
Enemy ultimate down.
I think it gets him, either way. I don't know why he sundered though.
Your left tower.
Neath ult.
Enemy ultimate.
Dude, I'm so tired of Neath ults. It's the same shit again. If I only had my edges.
Enemy missing middle.
Like, what is this? It's the second game in a row I'm getting Neath ulted.
Tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Help.
Very good.
I am wished for.
Shut down, Jay. Your right tower is under attack.
It's a big kill. Means I can also get my blue. Without issues, hopefully. I got my ult as well if I really need it.
Serpent swiftness.
What? It's that damage, man.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Down.
Ah, no worries. We can fix this.
Your left tower is under attack.
Those dots are fucking retarded. I'm sorry I said it. What the fuck was the dot damage?
Enemy ultimate down.
Just jump over the wall, man. Like, she's definitely gonna back. Oh well. I'm actually sad, because I actually played that exactly the way I wanted to. But apparently that's not enough.
Fun. I know I will.
Whatever, not really much to do about it now.
Your middle tower is under attack.
She got both. Yeah, I'm really far behind now. Now it's really bad. Oh, he also didn't go stacking. That also makes a lot of sense. Wow, he does so much more damage than I expect.
Enemy
Eesh.
ultimate down.
Swiftness.
That's too bad.
It's just back.
Oh, he's the wrong team. I am sorry.
enemy missing left. Cancel that.
Your left tower
Enemies
is under
in
attack.
left lane.
Double kill.
Okay.
Right.
Enemy spotted.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
Attack the gold fury. Help, help,
Yes.
help.
Set up an ambush here. Your left tower is under attack.
Yeah, that's just me being really greedy.
Team has destroyed the gold
I'm
fury.
aware. I really wanted that extra XP.
Enemy
I just shouldn't have used any abilities. Because I knew he was going to jump over the wall, and I needed both my abilities to stop him from, I guess, sticking to me. If he jumps, he doesn't have any way to, I guess, get to me. So I just placed myself stupid. I expected it to happen, and I still just played that so dumb.
Enemy spotted.
Ally has been slain. Your left tower is under attack. Double kill.
Okay, that was genius.
Definitely don't want to surrender. Our late game is way too good for that. Granted, they do have Kali as well for late game. Neath, even.
Your right tower is under attack.
Be careful left.
Yes.
Retreat right lane. Retreat right lane. Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is
Tried to
under
just hit
attack.
archers.
Enemy missing.
Enemy missing left. Down.
Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
Enemies in middle.
Ooh, very good. Your right tower is under attack. Bring it under. Yes! You are fabuloso. Under attack.
It's gonna be fine once I have Hexstone, alright? Right now, I just have to risk my life for the waves, because I don't know if he's rotating or not.
I'll defend left lane.
But, yeah.
Enemy missing.
Enemy ultimate down.
That's just.
Your right tower is under attack.
Okay.
Yes.
Your left tower is under attack.
On my way.
Your middle tower is under attack. Defend.
Thanks.
Even the genie was impressed.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed.
Down.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yes.
Your middle tower is under attack. Oh, my gracious. Wash them away.
I got something at least.
Follow me. Follow me.
On my way.
Your right tower is under attack.
Ultimate is down.
Your team has destroyed the fire gun. Your left tower is under attack.
Damn.
Even the
Genius
genie
call.
was
The
impressed.
pyromancer has arrived.
Attack the gold fury.
Enemy missing left. Down.
Damn it, man.
Enemy missing
Your
left.
left tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
At least the good part is Kali isn't rotating at the moment.
Attack lane.
Your left tower is under attack.
Because that's when shit might start to go real bad.
Slain an enemy. Ooh.
Enemy missing
Be careful,
left.
right.
Enemy ultimate down.
On my way.
Terrific. Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
Good luck. Retreat.
On my way.
Enemy spotted.
On my way.
Okay.
Enemy spotted.
Wash them
Like
away.
a dying
Your left
star.
tower is under attack.
The fire giant.
Your left tower has been destroyed. Your team has destroyed the pyromancer.
Down.
Ooh, very good.
Attack.
Slain an enemy.
Bit overkill, maybe.
That was genius.
Some other time.
Enemy missing.
back.
Destroy the left enemy tower.
Down. Storm strikes. Be careful.
Attack lovely.
Left enemy Phoenix. Very good.
Shame what enemies. Oh, you having a good time.
Destroy the middle enemy tower. Beware the shifting side. Very good.
On my way.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy
Right
Phoenix.
back. Storm strikes. Retreat.
Stated enemy. Your right tower is under attack.
Nowhere is safe now.
Finally, items. Maybe we can do damage now. Aladdin all is just, it's like it functions well, I guess, in a way. Like, it's well made, I should say, but at the same time, it definitely has some issues. And I'm sorry if I'm quiet, guys, I'm just really focused on this game.
Swift.
Like, the fact that it cancels Kali ult makes no sense. Like, that cannot be intended. It also cancels so big ult if you're, like, so big ulting and you're about to be TP'd out, then it cancels. When you're out of the ult again, you're not in your ult anymore. That's also crazy annoying.
Your team has destroyed the gold
That
fjord.
was genius.
Your right tower.
Blue's just not getting him.
Attack the right tower.
Really thought we could just grab the in easy areas there, but never mind.
Your right tower is under attack.
Group up.
Your right tower is destroyed. Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
Down.
I'll attack the fire giant.
Your right Phoenix is under attack.
Defend the right lane.
Serpents. I'll defend.
Just push up a lane or two.
We need wards.
I guess. Actually, I'll just push up then. They don't need me over there, we should just push up right.
Attack middle lane.
You bring the thunder, yeah!
Need healing.
Right enemy
Careful.
Phoenix.
Need healing.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy Phoenix.
Man.
Enemy ultimate down.
He's juking for his life.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy Phoenix.
I feel borderline useless in these fights. I'm just a zoner. I don't do anything else but throw nados, and they don't really walk into them.
Enemy ultimate down.
I'm pushing waves, that's what I'm doing.
Cancel that.
Retreat.
Have you noticed though, guys? I haven't died since I bought Hexstone.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Enemy spotted!
What? Huh? That's not the direction I was facing? What the fuck was that?
Fire consume my enemies.
Enemy ultimate down.
Me seeing ya.
Yeah, it's a fun combo. I think Kukulkan is nice with, like, he has that nice moment where someone is inside the Aladdin lamp. Like, if their whole team goes in, Kukulkan is gonna smack them when they come back out. He's good at that. He literally has the best ability for when people go outside of the lamp with the tornado. Gang banged into lamp. Yeah, I decided to chase the Ares instead. He also ulted me, so it's not like I would have helped you out anyway. And since my board just went in the wrong direction as well, I didn't have any way to get out of the Ares ult. I don't know what happened there actually. It was weird. I just got bored in literally the opposite direction when I was facing from where I was facing. That was really weird. Never had that happen before. Do I just bend the go on you? Like an asshole? I'll do it. I'll ruin fun. I assume Nika wants to go on you, but that shit is so broken late game that at the same time by banning it,
Select your god.
I don't even know. Going to ban Kali, but if I thought I was going to pick Aladdin. Yeah. Kali has been banned for so long though, he might have felt like playing it. She feels but like she's banned more than Aladdin is. Like, do I just pick Sopik? Don't really feel like playing Sopik. But I think we're dodging this one anyway. Because she had fun against Kali. It was tough. It was tougher than I thought it was gonna be, but it was also mainly tough because we died early. When Fenrir ganked, we both died, and I felt like 2 levels behind. That's when it got real bad. That was when it got real bad. But yeah, she's definitely hard to deal with as any backliner, I think. Any backline that does not have a jump themselves. Which none of them really have outside of, I guess, on her. And it was just tough. Because then the jungler started showing up as well. Then I didn't really have a chance. Even the support showed up. And I was still getting Neath ulted. This is 2 games in a row now where Neath has been ulting me. During my laning phase as a squishy. And it's not fun. That's so annoying. Like, what the fuck am I supposed to do about that? Hopefully there's not a Neath in the next game. Ulting me at level 4. Oh yeah, that was the big thing. It's the fact that junglers hit level 5 so much earlier, and I'm just here sitting as a Kokolkin being against the level 5 fucking Wheelix. Like, what the fuck do you expect me to do about that? She just ulted me. I can't do anything to that. Maybe if I had ult, maybe, sure. Just a tad, but I don't. I'm level 4. So I'm just dead. the XP distribution is so weird right now. I guess it's because, as people were saying, it's the big scorpion that gives you way too much XP. But whatever. I just gotta get better at the moment, I guess, than at sitting back when I'm level 4. I need just to wait until I'm level 5, because otherwise a jungler that is level 5 will gank me and kill me. It happens way too often right now. Like, even as a frontliner. If I play Mordred, the same shit's gonna happen. Ow, I did not think that was gonna hit me. I did so much damage too. I've hit level 5 before minute 4. Yeah, it's a lot to deal with right now. Especially if you're playing a lone squishy. Like, some gods really rely on their level 5s. Like Aladdin, I would say. He can still get out, obviously. He's still got all the escape abilities. But last game as well, I also got Neath ult at level 4. Like, I can't do much in that situation. I kinda need my ult in case I get in a really bad spot. Ow, that was a bump. But even mids, I would say, because that was obviously like a Neath, it was not a jungler. So like mid has the same thing where there's this, they get a lot of really early XP. Which I don't know, it might still be the Scorpion. I don't really know when mids and jungles, if they do that together or what's happening there, but mid also hits level 5 really early. Yeah, Aladdin is definitely more of a late game god for sure. That's also why in solo he's alright, because you can just farm for free for the most part. You just gotta be careful if you're against something aggressive. But I do like him in solo. I do think he is good in solo, especially now that tanks aren't that good. Because if you meet shit like a Bracken, you're not gonna have a good time. But now people don't really play frontlines as much anymore. For good reason. I mean, I would play more Mordred, but I mean, why would I even do that? I just get one shot anyway, late game. It feels terrible. Ow. Like, I played Mordred because I kind of thought, like, tanks are still better in lane. Like, that's just the truth of it at the moment. Problem is, once whatever you're against in terms of backliners, once they have like 3 or 4 items online, you're no longer a tank. It doesn't matter what you build. Obviously, you can still take more hits than a squishy, but if you get CC'd, you're just dead. There's not really any counterplay in that. Oh, what the fuck am I even doing here? So it's just like in my SNL game, I decided to play Mordred, and sure, I mean as expected, I win lane. But once team fighting happened, I just got CC'd and died, very 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 fast, and it's just so unenjoyable to play it like that. Like there are a few frontliners I still think are good. Like I'm not gonna sit and say that Mordred is bad because I do not think he is. Same thing with Odin. They all have like Guan Yu as well, you know, they have other uses than just being frontlines. Like they can definitely take some hits, and there's also like items like Nemean. Nemean is still very very good. You can absolutely still abuse that. That being said, you just take a lot more fucking damage, and it's harder to play a frontline right now. You have to play it really fucking well to make it work. You cannot just stand there and take hits. Crit will absolutely demolish you. Mages with 5 items will absolutely demolish you. It's just more worth it to go for another damage dealer now and hope for the best. Or like something that doesn't like lose lane too hard. Just farm. Like in Aladdin, for example. I've also been thinking I want to play more Morrigan. Some people are gonna absolutely despise me for that, because she is still just one of the most hated gods to deal with, but I do like her. Like, I do have her Radiant. And I like her in Smite 1 as well. It's not just a Smite 2 thing for me. Morrigan has always kind of been one of my favorite gods, just because of her concept. But her concept is broken. So I fully understand the hate for her. I hate her too. But now that we don't have Seagull anymore, no one plays her. So I'll definitely play some Morrigan here and there. I think Morrigan has the potential to be the most broken character in the game. Because a lot of 1v1s, she actually doesn't do very well in late game. Like, once other things are able to one-shot, she starts struggling a lot more. Like, if you meet Hades or Aladdin, if Aladdin jumps on Morrigan, she's dead. What is she gonna do? Like, she's gonna die in the time she tries to transform, because that's gonna be like a 1-second stun. You know? So, while I do agree with you, I'm simply saying that there is counterplay to her. And that is just one-shotting her back. But yes, she absolutely has the potential to be the most broken god in the game. Because she can obviously just turn into anything. That is absolutely the case. And I think I will do more in this game. Dude, can people... Okay, that guy is still here for some reason. Just connecting. I was about to say, that would suck. Finally, me and Nika on the same team. Today, anyway. Played a little more again in Alpha, but you never got the God You Choose that fixed. I mean, I'm sure it can still happen. Like I have run into other bugs, not specifically that one, in a long time. The usual bug I have, which is funny now because they have Thor again, but for some reason I cannot hammer when I play Morrigan and turn into Thor. I can't hammer. I don't know why. Sometimes I can, sometimes I cannot. And it's really fucking annoying when I can't. Because I usually turn into Thor so I can hammer away. Or in. That being said, I don't know if that one is still a thing. In my case, I haven't had it for a while, but I don't doubt that it's still in there somewhere. Morrigan just will probably always have some issues. It's just her nature to be a problem. Oh shit, am I into the Thor? Fuck, that kind of sucks. That is not a great matchup for me. Damn, 2 in 1? It's crazy. Where's the last one? Over here. Or not, actually. It looks like it might be a Thor jungle, if it's winter. Well, who am I against then? Poseidon, maybe? Or Bari? I guess. Definitely going beats. Bari. Okay. This shouldn't be too bad. Actually it might be really annoying. She does have ways to get me out of my stealth. I'll try Doomorb first. See how it feels. Maybe you're not worthy. That could... Yeah, that's true. I could not be worthy. I'm definitely not worthy. This is a good transform game, though. Actually, is it? I don't have great like team-wide damage outside of Poseidon, but I don't really know if I want to turn into Poseidon. Thor is obviously a good one, but I don't know if I like that late game. I would rather want something more fun. Maybe Raw for snipes. There is also Neith for some team. Actually, Neith is going to be kind of nice. I can still help my team. Maybe it ain't so bad after all. But actually, on that note, I should probably start Cronus Pendant. And then go Doomorb. Otherwise my cooldowns are just going to be way too long.
What a pity. Completed. What a pity.
Morgan will always just have a really good presence in solo for the simple reason that she is able to just one-shot the Warhorn. Like, that's always just a really weird thing, because of her percentage damage on her passive. I'm not complaining though. I like one-shotting that fucking bitch.
Sorry.
I didn't even see him. I was unintentionally just baiting him, I guess.
Take care of me.
Well done.
Enemy ultimate down! Enemy ultimate down! Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Ultimate is ready.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Oh, easy wrong team, I am sorry. You bring the thunder, yes! Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. An ally has been slain. Double kill.
Don't be sad.
Got his beats at least.
Your right tower is under attack. Yes. Your left tower.
No 1v1 here though. Who do I turn into? Just Bari maybe? Let's go for the 1v1 with the same god.
Thanks. Don't forget to endure.
Your right tower is under attack.
I experience the beats, but whatever.
Double kill. Double kill. Your middle tower is under attack.
I almost panicked because I just experienced beats and my transform instantly ended, which kind of stunned me. Thor was also definitely not the one I was thinking of turning into. I just forgot to change. But now I'm okay with it.
Ultimate is ready.
I'm definitely losing a lot of XP for rotating here.
Thanks.
Take this jungle buff.
Your middle tower is under attack.
He's literally his one? No, man. Why? It's tragic. Should've just gone Thor this time, I guess. Just to close the distance. The Morrigan mind is sloppy.
Your middle tower is under attack.
What did so much damage to me? Sacred Bell twice? Okay.
Enemy ultimate down.
Your middle tower
Huh.
is under attack.
That was some unexpected early damage from that god.
Your left tower is under attack.
Do we actually go in on her now? I remember you used to go strength.
Enemy missing left.
And I'm leveling the wrong thing. I should go with my 3 first. I'm definitely just gonna stop looking for the 1v1 here, I think.
Set up an ambush here. Suppose you deserve some praise. I'll gank left lane. Group up.
Enemies in right lane.
Your right tower is under attack.
Ooh, very good.
Call me impressed.
Enemy missing right.
Not really sure why Sobek was over here. But worked out for us.
I am the unrivaled queen of seduction.
Okay. The pyromancer has arrived.
Your right tower is under attack.
Oh, you move like a jaguar. Ooh.
It's been there for a long fucking time, this red buff. I'm just gonna take it.
Enemy missing right.
Enemy missing.
Yeah, I knew it.
Rain shall wash them away.
It's kind of criminal by him, not gonna lie. Definitely should not have had any kills here.
Enemy spotted.
Wait, who's that jungler? Oh, it is Thor. I'm stupid.
Enemy ultimate down.
Enemy ultimate
under attack.
Ultimate is ready.
Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy ultimate down. Enemy missing right.
Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Enemy missing left.
Damn. I know his beats were down, so I wanted to go for it. But Thor's ult is also just so obvious now. Should have waited either way though. No beats and no ult. If I land on him, he should just be dead. So that was just stupid.
Set up an ambush here.
Enemy missing.
Spotted. Enemy missing right.
Yes! Ah!
On my way.
Dude, he hit me in stealth. There's absolutely no way.
They hit like a baby. You bring the
What?
thunder,
That's crazy.
yes.
Did he just completely fucking miss on Neef, but hits me instead? Is that what just happened?
Hasta la vista, amigo.
Bravo! That's the spirit.
Oh, very strong.
And there it is. Can't hammer. I don't know why. Sometimes I just can't hammer.
Your right tower is under attack.
It's fucking annoying, that's what it is.
Been destroyed. Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower. Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
I do not understand why it happens. Maybe I'm pressing it too soon, and that glitches it out, but it's really annoying. That's true, I could have just Neath ulted. That's stupid of me. I completely forgot where Neath.
Enemy missing.
Enemy spotted.
How did that even go so badly?
Double kill.
Okay. Your middle tower is under attack.
Well, I'm definitely struggling with who to turn into in this game. Thor glitches for me, so that feels so fucking awkward.
The enemy team has
Don't really want to be a
destroyed the Gold
Wheelix.
Fury.
Actually, I could be a Wheelix if I'm ganking the on her. But he beats there anyway, so that wouldn't really have worked. I don't know. I guess Bari is just the best one, just for the ult.
Your middle tower
I just
is
haven't played that
under
much
attack.
Bari, so that's where the confidence doesn't really show up. I've barely played Bari. And Sobek has Sunters, so if we do objectives and stuff, I just gotta do Sobek. Mainly if I'm going to steal, though.
Enemy spotted.
On my way.
Oh, you move like a jaguar. Ooh, very good.
Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
It's definitely looking for me a lot more than I would have expected him to. And at this point I don't really want to risk it, because if I die it's going to be so bad.
Enemy missing.
Ultimate is ready.
Because I don't really think I have an easy way to kill him. There's no one shot on our team. Or their team, just in this game, man. Like no Aladdin, no Akali, no... like even Loki, I think. So just, if I had something I could just turn into and just go on him, it would be different. Like Thor is the best one for that, but I'm so losing confidence on it when it keeps glitching out.
Gank left lane.
Thanks.
That being said, I'll probably still just turn into Thor in general, just because of the ult.
Enemy missing right.
Slain an enemy.
Ward is a fire giant. Attack left tower.
No worries.
Enemy
You'll just have to
spotted.
make up for it later.
Enemies in left lane.
Fabuloso.
Right lane.
Down the hatch.
Ultimate is down. Ultimate is ready.
They're so deep. Man, Poseidon was behind. Kraken was completely missed. I'm just gonna ward everywhere, I guess, now.
Right lane.
Like, how are they just allowed to do this?
Your right tower is under attack.
I'm sad that he actually ended up knocking me out of my stun, though. I think he could have just been an easy kill if I land my 1-2.
I'll miss you, darling.
Ally has been slain.
Just going from lane to lane and killing, because we never know where they are. Yeah, we need some wards, boys. They keep doing this shit.
Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
You have
destroyed a left enemy tower. Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower has been destroyed.
Chase the enemy! On my way!
Your left tower is under attack.
Enemy ultimate down. On my way. On my way. Ultimate is down.
There's 3 people. Oh, dude, what is happening in left then? Boys, there's 3 people on me and right. Where are the rest of us, man? I was chased for 30 seconds.
I was literally on my purple and Bacchus wanted me to chase on her from their portal.
I'm so confused on what to do in this game.
Less than that, but...
Nika's definitely struggling as well in this game. Like, just all our carries honestly are struggling.
Enemies at the fire.
The enemy team has destroyed the fire giant.
This is one of those games that feels like we have no pressure anywhere, and if I try to gank anywhere, it just doesn't work. Though I'm generally too busy in my own lane, and I can't deal with this Bari anymore.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed. Your middle tower has been destroyed.
Enemies in right lane.
Ally has been slain. Your middle field is under attack.
Dude, it doesn't even matter. Whatever, man. You can't transform because you just stun yourself when you're dead. It's great.
Your Titan is under attack. Your right Phoenix is under
Honor jumped me in this fight. Literally jumped me. Whatever, man.
Your Titan is under attack.
So much for playing Morrigan. Doesn't seem like they can end though. You know what? What I'm gonna do is turn into Raw and just snipe people. That's just what I'm gonna do now. What's the point? Ah, Willock's done.
Ally has been slain.
How annoying.
Your Titan is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Come closer, if you dare.
Your left tower has been enemy has been slain.
Somehow turning to Ra has been more successful than Thor. But I need to just stop turning to Thor, I think. It's not worth it with a glitch.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
What I might just need to change to though is Poseidon. I actually think in these fights it might be the best. Because I really do feel like we need raid-wide damage. Raid-wide. Team-wide. Wow, language.
Phoenix has been destroyed.
Dude, what are these fucking minions doing?
Is under attack.
Doesn't even matter. Doesn't even matter.
Defeat.
Damn. That was just not a fun Morrigan game for turning into things. I actually just did negative damage in this game. Which is crazy considering I killed my opponent like 3 times in lane. Laning phase, great. Everything else, not so great. I guess what I probably should have done for the most part in this game is try to help out left more instead of focusing on my own lane. It just felt like an unplayable Morrigan game once we got to fighting. Because they could just go on us for free and we were never able to counterplay. I think Morrigan is kind of in the same vein as someone like Hades, that if you're the one to initiate, the probability of you losing is way higher than if you're the one that arrives late. If I arrive late for these fights, I can do way more cleanup. Cooked for you, yeah. Yeah, that was just a really tough game overall. Like, I don't know how I ended up doing so little damage as well. I don't know, maybe, I don't know if there's a chance that it doesn't count some of my damage if I transform. I don't even know. Who fucking knows with Morrigan at this point, but... Like, I killed my opponent 4 times, or like 3 or 4 times in lane. So that couldn't have gone any better, but... rotating over and everyone else just getting one shot, and then I got one shot, and... I don't really know what else to do. Also, all the transforms in this game sucked. I didn't like any of them. Except for Thor, but he was bugged, so that was great. So yeah, I think about finding the honor. I definitely think that's the general bait of ADC right now with Smite 2, is that if you're looking for that 1v1, you're just gonna get ganked and die instead. That's why I hate duo lane in Smite 1, or in Smite 2 rather, because I feel the lane itself is too easy to gank. There's just almost no counterplay if someone is suddenly in your lane. I absolutely despise it. The lane is so narrow, and by the little space that you do have, there are bushes fucking everywhere. But I think the Smite 2 map in general is just bad. I do not like what they have done with the map. The teleporters are terrible. I think the lanes are too narrow. I guess that's about it at the moment. My complaints, like the teleporters are just stupid. They're stupidly placed, I should say. Because I actually really enjoyed this Season 11 teleporter in Smite 1. I thought that was great. Because it was obvious, you knew when someone was TPing, and it was just... It was a high-risk, high-reward thing. Now it doesn't feel that way at all. Now you just TP and you gank someone literally for free because they don't fucking know you're doing it. And it feels terrible. Where am I even going here? What the fuck? Sorry, I don't want to end up making this like a depressing I hate Smite stream. I do want to focus on the positives for the most part, but I have been pretty negative lately about the game. I really do think it's in the worst state that it has been. For me, at least. So, I do apologize if I am too negative lately, but... yeah. Will we get a new one for years? Maybe. The thing is, they don't really need to do much. But they could do something. I don't think it would be that insane for like maybe 1 or 2 people to be focusing on, you know, adjusting the map. I'm pretty sure they're doing it that like stuff anyway. It just they're not looking at the things that I feel like are a problem. And I really do think that the teleporter is a problem. I think it makes the game worse. Just straight up. once again, mainly in how they're placed, not so much that they exist. Like, I know Hi-Res generally has really had a focus on trying to incentivize fighting, but I think they're doing it in the wrong way. Because fighting by just getting ganked randomly without any sort of, like, I don't know, just suddenly there's someone behind you isn't fun, man. And there's almost no counterplay to that stuff. Unless you have straight up communication. It just doesn't feel good. Yeah, me too, Okami. I do hope Apollo is going to be fun for me. But, I mean, the first day, let's be real. There is such a low chance of me getting Apollo on my first day. That's always the case with new gods, like everyone wants to play them. So, we'll see. But just getting to see him, I guess, is going to be fun enough. I do want to try him myself, though. But the worst part is, right now, too, obviously, I haven't seen the balance stuff just yet. I don't think like any of us have, but I do wonder what they're going to do in terms of balance in that patch as well. Because as it stands right now, an ADC solo just doesn't work. Because they nerfed Kins the way they did. Kins just does not work, and they removed the Berserkers in the way it used to work as well. So you took away 2 items that made ADC and solo work. Like, I used to love playing Zeus. I still do, but I don't do the same build anymore, because it doesn't work. You know, the Braggies, Berserkers stuff. You can still do Braggies, but that's it. And when Apollo comes, I will 1000% try to look for a build that I think works, but it's never going to be as good as that one. Or as fun, I think. I have Sab, though. How could I lose? My goat. Yeah, don't worry. I will definitely play casuals, but that's not going to be something I do on stream. But I will definitely get to play Apollo one way or another. Because he is just something I want to play. I'm pretty sure that in my off time, I'll find the time to play Apollo and some casuals, if that's what it takes. If I don't get him enough in my rank games.
Your god.
Thor again. I'll do a Zeus game. All these freaking explosions. Looks like that might be a... Wait, what am I against? I'm assuming it's Uller mid. Could be... I could be Vulcan as well, whatever. Suppose I'll just see when I get in. I will definitely more than likely have to go a bit tanky early on in this game. I might have to just start with Hexstone, depending on what I'm against here. Uller? We'll see, I guess. It's not gonna be an easy early matchup for sure. I'm gonna need some items for that. And it's definitely a beats game. They have a lot of long range shit.
That's right. Danzaburo is the best. Konnichiwa.
Do I... Maybe I do try an auto attack Zeus build?
Danzaburo is the best.
Yeah, fuck it, let me try.
Acceptable.
It's not like it's gonna work going full ability based into Uller anyway. I'm never gonna fucking land shit on an Uller. Let's see how this build works now, if I can find something. Probably just look at Braggies. Braggies first as usual. Next up, I'll probably go for Pharaohs. And then everything else is the question mark. Maybe as Shifters. Actually, Shifters might be actually really nice. Yeah, I'll definitely do Shifters third. Oh, we have Ymir Jungle as well. Damn, we have a lot of magic. But my god, I'm gonna be the easiest gank though for Thor Uller combo. I do need to be careful.
Minions have spawned.
Gotta lose one creep, unfortunately, but whatever.
Yeah, bye. Enemies in middle lane. They can fight. Enemy missing.
I will definitely go circles this game, yeah. You can definitely count on that. Zeus is so bad at clearing those.
Enemy missing middle.
Surprising. You bring me thunder, yeah.
Enemy missing.
You are fabuloso.
Yeah, bye.
I still can't fucking get inside my head that fucking junglers are gonna be level fucking million by the time I'm not in 5 yet. I keep forgetting it. Fuck, man. Dude, the amount of babysitting people are doing to Nika today is crazy. He doesn't need that shit. He'll be fine without it. What's with the babysitting? I don't think a single time that my jungler has actually ganked my lane today. When I'm thinking about it. Where are my junglers at? Parasocial glazing, yeah. It does make sense. Like, that's just me being a bit frustrated, but it does make sense ganking, like, just on paper. Why would you not gank the solo Zeus as Thor, right? If you're not doing that, you're trolling.
Your middle tower is under attack.
But I have the same jungler, which does make me a bit worried. Like, not that he's bad at all, it's just now he's playing Ymir into a Thor, which is even worse than the Awilix. I'm a bit worried about that. Ymir jungle is not going to do well from behind.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Thorold. Again. One more second and I get my chain lightning off. That really sucks. Fuck man, I'm so close to getting this fucking item as well. Yeah, it just doesn't matter. Like, I don't think my jungler understands there's a solo lane. This guy does not gank solo, and I don't know why.
Your left tower is under attack.
The 3 games, maybe 2, I don't know. 2 or 3 games he's been here, he hasn't done anything in solo. Still, I don't require him to, but it would be nice to just show up once in a while. It does suck just somewhat being camped and just not getting any help in any way. Right there, there's such a big turnaround potential if there's like a counter gank.
Enemy missing right.
Thorold in Smite 2 is kind of strange though, because I feel like it's very visually, like, it's so easy to watch or see from a distance now, but it's fucking, like, silent. I can never hear a Thorold anymore. It's super weird.
Enemy missing left.
Won't hear.
I do not understand it.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
It's so cringe though. It's kind of just cringe ganking at this point. I'm just gonna sit in my tower.
Your left tower is under attack.
Time to rage quit. Nah. I don't really do that. Look at that, dude. Like,
Your left tower is under attack. Enemy has been slain. I will not let you fall. Thank you. Bye.
thanks.
Your right
Thanks,
tower
man.
is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
I'm only gonna try and make it harder for him to gank me. I'm glad my laughing baited him a bit at least. That's so funny.
Be careful, right?
Enemy spotted.
Save yourself.
He's gonna show up again though. he's over there at the moment. Well, he died on the back camps. I need to be fucking careful here. That's gonna be Thor behind me.
Be careful! Be right back! Enemy spotted! Be right back! Cancel that! Be careful!
Lightning bolt!
Be careful left!
Enemy missing! Thank you.
Enemy spotted! Enemy spotted!
Retreat! Right lane!
This is definitely a bit aggressive.
Attack fire giant! Attack fire giant!
Hasta la vista, amigo! On my way.
I think that's a little bit overkill. Not even sure he really need us for this.
Your
These fucking
team
souls,
has
though.
destroyed the pyramids. The enemy team has destroyed the gold fjord. Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Ultimate is ready!
Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Soul Laners are having a great time this game.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower. Your middle tower is under attack.
Let's get that shifters.
Be careful middle! Need healing!
I'll defend right lane.
Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy take the right jungle! On my way! Help the right lane! Completed!
Lightning bolt!
Kinda wish Barry went left, but oh well. Might lose tower for that then.
Your left
Yeah,
tower
it's
is
gone.
under attack.
Tower gone.
Your left tower has been destroyed.
Skatanai!
If someone's covering for you guys, please just go to where they are, or where they like their native lane is, because otherwise that's just gonna happen. We just lost the tower for no reason.
Enemy missing left.
under attack.
Yeah, Thor's just sitting over in duo now.
Has been destroyed. Lightning bolt. Enemy missing left. Your team has destroyed the pyramid. Enemy spotted! Your middle tower is under attack.
Didn't expect us, honestly, to be able to do that. Not for free, at least. Now, this is where I do not know what the hell I'm gonna build. Fuck it, Sconemian.
Enemy missing left. Be careful, middle. Enemy tower. The pyro has arrived.
You can kind of cheese it.
Your team has destroyed the pyramids. Enemy ultimate down. Yes.
No.
That's too bad. Blast it all. Be careful in the jungle. Enemies behind us.
Dude, they're all so low. Fuck me, man. It just sucks that Guan Yu got caught like that. But he's also just not tanky, I just realized. My dude is not a tank. Not that he would be if he built full protection, but still. I need more attack speed.
Enemy spotted.
Maybe I just do berserkers. Screw it. Let's do berserkers. Zav's dead, eventually.
Under attack.
Enemies at the Golden Fury!
Lightning bolt. Be careful. The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Lightning bolt. The pyro has arrived.
Did kind of forget to go Hexstone in this game.
Enemy spotted. Lightning bolt.
Retreat right lane!
Enemy spotted. The enemy team has destroyed the pyramid. Your middle tower is under attack. Be right back. Acceptable.
Be careful, middle! Defend the fire giant!
Help! Enemy missing.
Watch here!
Your team has destroyed the fire tower.
Unfortunate.
What a shame. Enemies in middle lane. Bye.
I need 20.
On my way.
I do feel pretty tanky. They don't want to focus me at least.
Your middle tower is under
Just gotta say something.
has arrived. On my way. Alright, just a bit sore.
Let's see, I mean, Kins, or not Kins, Xi should still be good, I would imagine. Still does the same thing. At least I can apply it for my team, assuming it is team-wide as well. Either way, it's probably the best thing I can go for at the moment.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury. You're electric.
Spread out! Enemy ultimate incoming! Enemy ultimate down!
On my way.
Your team has destroyed the pyramid.
Attack the middle tower!
Destroyed a middle Hey, your left tower is under attack. Oh, they hit like a baby. Your team has destroyed the middle enemy Phoenix. Destroyed the left enemy tower. Your team has destroyed a left enemy Phoenix.
Completed! I job it!
Yes. Destroyed a right enemy tower. Be right back. Behind us!
Of course, the Thorwald is still there. Of course it is.
Fabuloso! They hit like a baby. Oh, you move like a jaguar.
That's just my bad. I don't know why I tried to get the Bari back out.
Yeah!
Yeah, bye! Skatanai!
team has destroyed the fire giant. The pyromancer has arrived.
Still isn't horrible for us. He still needs to defend.
Retreat! Enemy left lane. Enemy ultimate down.
It's kind of what I mean. Now that like he could be amazing on Ymir, it's just problem is it's Ymir. He's a full damage Ymir jungle. He just dies very easily.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed.
Ow. Fucking hell. Oh, the poke. Just trying to poke back a bit.
Your middle tower is under attack.
That shit's back up. Of course it is.
Your team has destroyed the pyromancer. Your team has destroyed the gold fury.
Enemy spotted. Enemy ultimate down.
jungle buff!
We're denying the objectives at least. Alright, let's back off. Get a 3k pot.
Acceptable.
So far, no one wants to focus me. Like, I would gladly have Thor go on me, but he doesn't want to do that.
I'll attack left lane! Defend the Titan! Retreat! Retreat!
Return to base.
He went for the big solo play. Store beats. They don't have Sunder, so I do have a chance.
Retreat! Sayonara! Let the heavens rain!
Your team has destroyed the fire.
Save yourself.
Save yourself!
Alright, that's huge.
Acceptable.
There's no way I should have gotten that, but if they don't have Sunder, I have a chance. My ability is to so little damage. But that was such a low chance of that happening.
Your team has destroyed a right enemy.
Shit.
Oh, they hit like a baby. Fabuloso! You're electric.
I'll attack the fire giant. Attack the gold fairy.
On my way.
She could probably solo it, but she's definitely taking some damage.
Your team has destroyed the pyramid. Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Your team has destroyed a left enemy Phoenix.
Get another 3k pot.
Acceptable.
You want a sip of my sake?
I think the only thing that I'm not too sure about with my build is Berserkers. I really do think I need the attack speed combined with like a hybrid item. There's just not really enough of those. But it's mainly the passive. I don't know if it's really worth it just for that. You're really just betting a lot of it on the passive.
Grip up.
Holy moly. Okay. I'm not a tank anymore. Never mind. I have to defend right here, so fits quite well for us.
Your team has
On
destroyed
paper, it
the
should be a
fire
free
event.
fire, but they could try just to int for it.
Defend! I'll attack the fire giant!
I'll defend. Your team has destroyed the fire tower.
That sucks. He's solo.
On my way! Be careful! Attack the minions!
Your team has destroyed a right enemy Phoenix. Destroyed a left enemy Phoenix. The rain shall wash them away. Let the hammer Your team has destroyed a middle enemy Phoenix.
Attack the Titan!
Attack! I'll attack! What time, bang?
Sayonara!
Bye.
Victory.
Hey, Wanari. I'm just too focused on this game. It was a stressful game. And a very long one, all things considered. I'm pretty good. I'm in a good mood today. Smite's putting that to the test at times, but yeah, I'm in a pretty good mood. I'll probably do one more game and then head off to do some other stuff and make some dinner. It's been very 50-50 today. 2 wins, 2 losses. Yeah. What are you doing at the moment, Wanari? You back to WoW, or you're playing something else? Or are you just busy with real life stuff? Did I mention the PC wasn't happy with me playing Elden Ring back when I tried out? I don't remember. It's been a while. But that sucks to hear. Just another co-op thing. I have to wait until I get a new PC. Yeah, no worries, man. There's not really any rush. Like, pretty soon I'll be busy with Elden Ring myself again. When Elden Ring Night Ring comes out in like 2.5 weeks. More Elden Ring. Yay! Ow. Probably will not be streaming that though. Because that's just more of a, I guess, a co-op experience. I don't know. I'll be playing it solo because that is still an option, but it's kind of like a Battle Royale style solo experience. Up to 3 players, I should say. So co-op / solo. It looks really fun though. I'm super excited for it. Busy with the IRL stuff, fair enough. Intrigued by Night Rain? Yeah. We'll see how fast it gets stale. I'm interested to see what they do as well. And if they're gonna add new characters and all that stuff. We'll just have to wait and see. Man, I have to play support this game. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely more of like a roguelike type game, so yeah. I mean, it does need interesting elements to really keep you want to do another run. And so far for me, I think outside of trying the different characters, I also don't know what it's going to do, but I've also really kept like low on all the info on it because I know I'll play it. I'll just rather see what the game, you know, I want the game to tell me, you know. I don't want to watch trailers and all that stuff in this case because I know I'll play it. Once I know I'm all in on a game, I'm done watching trailers. I don't want to get too many spoilers and what's potentially in the game. And yeah. Either way, I don't think it's going to be like this insanely big, like 200-hour experience. But I'm imagining a nice, like fun, maybe like 30 to 50-hour game, because it's a lower price game as well. I don't think they themselves are marketing this as being like this big, you know, huge thing. It's just this is something we made out of fun with extra, you know, with reused assets from Elden Ring while adding some new bosses and stuff. That's essentially what I'm getting out of it. It feels it's just gonna feel more like a game mode rather than the actual game itself, you know. Because if you want to play Elden Ring, you should go play Elden Ring. But if you want something fun added in a cool little game mode that has some co-op elements as well, I'm intrigued. I want to see it and I want to play it, and I don't doubt that I'll enjoy it. The question is just how long am I going to enjoy it for? Like there are so many games coming out this year that I am completely fine if this is just like a smaller thing. Like I've just been super addicted to Expedition 33, so I need to pick something here.
Select your god.
Probably something physical because they have, or we have, a lot of magic. I'll do Chalk. I'll do a Chalk support game. Why not? Doom this week too? Yeah. I'm a bit weird on Doom. That's just because I don't really play... I'm not a huge fan of first-person games. I'm not. For some reason, and I don't know if this is going to sound completely contradictory, but I feel like I can't get immersed as well in first-person games than I can in like third-person games. Because when I play games, for the most part, I don't think of it as being me. I think of it me as playing a different character, right? So I want to see that character. So it's a bit of a weird like mental thing for me. I have played them though. I have played the newer Doom games, but they're not something where I'm just like, that's my shit, you know? That's the best thing I've ever played in my life. I don't feel the same way about them. So, but that's not because of the games, that's just me. I will probably play it eventually. We'll see. I also haven't gone back and played Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 for the same reason. And I really like the first one too. But same reason. I just have a really hard time getting fully into first-person games. Right, it's a shell game for sure. What do I even build?
Okay. Hi.
It is wise to listen instead of speaking.
I don't know what to build.
Thanks.
It is tiring, learning so many new things. It is wise to listen instead of speaking. Unfortunate.
That's too bad.
Yes.
Hi.
Goodbye.
No.
Oh, Bago Kami?
Minions have spawned.
Oh, well, they changed map, I guess. Thank you. I don't know why I forget this sometimes.
Okay, no problem.
Thanks.
Hi.
Gotta go Void Stone this game then. We did that real fast. Does she have? Yes, she does.
Your middle tower is under attack. Absolutely
Haze is definitely the main content, yeah. It's where everyone shows up. Absolutely.
Look deep into my eyes.
slain an enemy.
Nothing I excel in every way.
Out of mana.
I even have shell.
No problem.
Attack right lane. It is tiring, learning so many new things.
That's completely on me.
You have slain an enemy. Your right tower is under attack.
I think he would have died anyway. I don't think that shell would actually have saved him. But...
It is tiring, learning so many new things.
Dude, what is up with Winter today, huh? Why is he ganking where I am? What is this? Guess I'll just... Do I start with Void Stone? Oh, screw it. Might as well. Do I need Medusa to just get out?
Your left tower is under attack.
Ultimate is ready.
He just needs to stop fighting, or at least don't dash in.
Is under attack.
And he keeps getting hit by the big Neath combo. She misses that shit once and we win the fight, sure, but... Oh, that also hit me. Almost late on the shell again.
Enemy spotted.
Yes. Enemy spotted.
I should level my 2. Like, do we have Athena ult? Like... I feel like we can fight, it's just we're always like fucking... What is this? Like, how is Odin here too? That's crazy, man. Well, I guess Odin is here because he's not having a lot of fun over there. Yeah, that is probably why.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
I'm just gonna leave, I think, left, because I can't help anyway. We're just both dying, if anything.
Enemy ultimate down. You bring the thunder, yes.
Oh, almost blocked.
Gate left lane.
Incoming.
Pretty sure I'm dead. Not? Okay. Just the usual Ymir stuff. I don't need to stop going into the jungle and fighting, because that shit doesn't work.
Ultimate is down.
Suck it up.
Your right tower is under attack.
Middle lane.
This is unfortunate. Just out of mana.
Tower is under attack.
Again.
Help! It is tiring, learning so many new things.
Enemies in left lane.
Your left tower is under attack.
On my way. Ooh, an ally has been slain.
Your left tower is under attack.
On my way.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
Ally has been slain.
Doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter. I just wish we didn't die so many times in lane, because that's the reason why it feels so shit now. The fucking support is higher level than our ADC. Like that's just how far behind we are. It just feels bad. I don't even want to try and leech from him.
Enemy missing.
Just gotta try and leech from mid instead.
Enemies have returned to base.
Ultimate is ready. I'll defend right lane. Enemy spotted.
Your right tower is under attack.
Enemies incoming left. Yes! Ah! Yes! Ooh, an ally has been slain. Double kill.
Okay.
Double kill. Oh, you move like a jaguar. Ooh. Shut down. Yes! Cancel that.
Yes.
Think nothing of it.
Thought everyone was gonna ult me or some shit there. Just didn't.
Bye. Attack.
It is tiring, learning so many new things.
Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower has been destroyed.
Attack.
He doesn't have Sunder, so Okay, man, there's 4 people here.
I'll defend left lane.
Enemies at the
Ultimate is ready.
Did not expect 4 people here like that. You turn into Chuck. That's the worst thing you can turn into right now. I'm so far behind. Granted, it's still Chuck with Shell. It definitely could be worse.
You have slain an enemy.
And I'm left here on level 9, man. I just need some farm. Somewhere. Just somewhere. I've definitely learned that Ymir, or Chaac rather, as support into Ymir is not a fun matchup. I just can't really do much into it. In Soul it's a bit different, because you can keep your distance with your 3, so he can't just auto-attack you. But in support he just freezes for setup, and then Neath fucks me up.
Enemy missing left.
Be careful, right.
Enemy ultimate down.
I mean, Athena's level 18.
Enemy missing left.
Things are definitely happening.
Enemies in left
Attack
lane.
fire giant.
Do have Sunder. My ult was just trying to kind of wasted trying to peel, but it was just beached on a single person. Dude, they're so low, man. I definitely could do Lifebinder, but I don't know. At this point, it's just too late for me to go Lifebinder. It wouldn't come online in time.
Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Attack the Gold Fury.
On my way. Enemies in the
My god, the amount of CC that hit me, I don't even know. I'm alive.
It is tiring, learning so many new things.
Tried to block some autos, but
Have fun.
No.
Suck it up.
definitely grabbing an Emion, because I don't know what else item I could really buy that's going to be more, I guess, useful. I'll just build a bit more like a solo here. Interesting. I just learned that pressing my 1 actually reveals me in stealth. That's good to know. Or in the bush, I should say.
Be right back. On my way.
Just a lot of shit, man. What is that lag? That's crazy.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Think nothing of it.
I was just out of position. That's on me. I thought they were going fire, but never mind. Just always waiting around corners.
Your right tower is under attack.
Okay.
They're doing that so fast.
The enemy team has destroyed the fire gun.
How are they doing that so fast? Just fucking Ymir? There's no way, man. That's insane. I don't understand how they actually did that so fast.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
I hate support so much. It just feels like a worse version of solo right now. You're not a tank, you're just fully reliant on supporting. And obviously I picked Chuck, which doesn't help my situation. Just back for Nemean.
Good drink, eh?
And I mean, I'm against Savage Ymir as well, so it's also that. Both Claire and God are better than what I'm running around with. Where are they? Yeah, Check with Aspect and Gem of ISO could work, but at the same time, it's just why pick that over something else, you know?
Has arrived. Your middle tower has been destroyed. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed.
Be right back.
Okay.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyramid. Your left tower is under attack.
I do need to finish my starter as well. Always forget that you get that shit early as support.
Your right tower is under attack.
Careful, right.
Your right tower
Enemy
has been
missed.
destroyed. Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
I will ward. Enemies in left lane.
Woohoo!
Retreat.
Be right back.
Just grab a bunch of wards. What even does my... I guess just get a bunch more stats. I can't be asked to read that whole fucking book. Gives me some gold or some shit. I don't know.
Enemies at the fire giants.
Defend.
Stand your ground.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
Only a 1-for-1 and all that. It's crazy.
Cancel that.
I will hold.
Enemies at the fire giant.
Defend.
Is mine. Enemy behind us.
Okay. I thought we were gonna go in, but I guess we're not. I don't understand. I didn't get my ult off in time either. Like, I do wish I was playing a different support though. Like playing Chalk has just not worked out, but that's not really a huge surprise. Yeah, circle blocked as well. Didn't get my shell. I don't. Shell might still be in cooldown. I didn't get my ult off in time. I'm gonna go Spirit Group. Maybe that's gonna help a little bit in terms of getting CC'd by Yuumi every time.
Enemy spotted. Ward here. Completed.
The enemy team has destroyed the fire giants.
We have good anti-sieging
The
at
enemy
least.
team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your left tower has been destroyed. Your
Oh,
left
I have a
tower
headache as
is
well.
under attack.
It's just not been a fun game.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
I think Warflag is better right now. It's hard to deny the movement speed. I gotta get some farm. I don't know why I'm running around down here.
Have fun. Think nothing of it.
Since my ult is my biggest tool as Chuck support, I just really want 20.
Okay.
Your left Phoenix is under attack. Your left Phoenix has been destroyed.
See you later.
Your Titan is under attack.
No problem.
Just unfortunate.
Defeat.
I actually think it's fine for laning phase because it gives a lot of pressure, but late game teamfight Chuck without having damage is not gonna work out, man. It's just not. That being said, I do also think Medusa should have chilled a bit more in the early game because we just gave away way too much. We should not have been fighting them. It's Ymir Neath. One freeze and we lose the fight. It ain't worth it. I think I did well though. I tried, but you know, sometimes there is a limit to how much you can do. And this was just not a good Chuck support game. I mean, I think a lot of it comes down to the fact that they had Sav on Ymir. Because he just did not want to let me play the game. I survived some cases where I definitely should not have survived on Chuck. That being said, it doesn't change the fact that when we're actually winning and being able to push a fight, you don't do anything as Chuck. Like, I can't initiate with anything outside of my ult, and when that shit's down, I have nothing else to do. That's the problem. And they just had a weird, like, I don't know, their frontline was really hard to do anything about. A lot of the time, Morgan would turn into Cabrakan, and then you have a Cabrakan and a Ymir and an Odin in your face. I can't do anything with that. I'm just dead. I'm greedy though. I'm gonna do one more game, but my headache is fucking bad. Let me check. Did I miss the queue? Because if I did, I'm done. It's just because we have a nice queue going. No, I didn't miss the queue, it seems. I don't even know what else I could have really gone with. Like, the other choice I was thinking of was Hercules, but if I go Hercules into Ymir, I'm gonna have an even worse time, I think, because I can't even get away. But I would have more kill potential and turnaround potential with Hercules. I was thinking Odin, and realistically probably should have picked it, because they ended up picking it. If I knew I was against Pain, I probably would have just picked it just to take it away. But once again, Odin into Ymir is not going to be a fun matchup. Like, Ymir is just so powerful. He just shits on a lot of the other frontliners. Where did the Hugh go? This isn't what I wanted to play. Did I get baby gamed? Wait. Did I get baby gamed? I must have. Nika is not even in game. I don't get it. This is not why I queued. Someone dodge, please. I want to go make dinner. Yeah, I like Hercules support as well. Just not into Ymir, I think. Ymir is just somehow better than everyone else. He just has everything you need and want. I'll just ban the Bari. I don't even really think Bari is ban worthy, but I don't want the somewhat casual ranked players to get mad because Bari wasn't banned. Love by the last game, I did, yeah. I was too unsatisfied in the last one. This one has to be though, because I do need to make dinner and, you know, take care of the doggo and all that. Do I just pick one? I'll do an Afro game. Fuck it. Should have banned Sobek now, but whatever. And it's Sobek solo too. Great. I really shot myself in the foot on this one. Back at this boss, and I think I have full health, so I should be able to try a few times if I fuck it up. Yeah, so I have 4 tries basically. Just gotta get some fucking momentum. Oh shit, I'm at the edge. Didn't realize. I'm cooked. Damn. Yeah, okay. I need more of a system when I go around. Wait, it's just me and Sav? Dude, that's no way. Why did no one else get into this fucking queue? The fuck? Now I have to deal with Sav Kepri? What even is this game? How am I ever supposed to win this? You guys are so stacked compared to me.
Oh, hey, fam.
Yeah, why did they split the queue? I have no idea. This was really weird. Well, it's not. I don't even think it's a fixed thing. The problem is everyone's MMR is so split at the moment, or SR, right now, that it just probably just had to split it. And since everyone else it's just the effect of a reset in this one, I think, because no one is that high yet, outside of maybe Sav. Sav is probably like 7 million already, which makes it even weirder that I am here. Because why am I here? Where is Sav even? Because I don't think Sav was top pick, was he? I don't know. Either way, I think I got fucking cucked. Why the fuck did I queue? I just want this game to be over already. The only saving grace for me in this game is that Sav and Kipri. But maybe I'm just a doomer. Maybe I'm just hungry. Conduit or Sans? Probably just Sans. Actually, it might be a Kipri. No mind. I can literally see you guys.
Oh, hey, fam.
Where are you going? I was about to say it could be Kipri solo, but never mind.
Oh my gods, love it.
Break a leg.
I do believe he's playing support because he's queuing with Simsos.
That's a bummer. Yes! I'm so hot right now.
So sorry.
I'm sorry guys, I'm just tired and hungry and heavily regretting my decision to queue again.
Minions have spawned.
I mean, you're saying thankfully it appears it's a solo pick, but realistically I would rather meet almost everything else on playing Afro. That's so big.
Cancelled.
Yeah, I think Sav does feel a lot. Generally he plays mid though. Do I hit level 2 here? Oh, is that because I got smalls?
Back off. Okay.
Is that the only difference? Why do we get more XP for last hitting them? That doesn't make any sense to me.
Your right tower is under attack.
Missing middle.
Thanks.
Don't worry.
You
I
suck.
can take the heat.
Back off.
Retreat middle lane. Retreat middle
Hold your
lane.
voice.
It's unfortunate.
That's a problem.
Aw, that's a flavor flop. Retreat middle lane.
This guy's love the VGS system was crazy. Really? We're gonna be stopping backs and shit.
Back off.
Your right tower is under attack.
Oh, you move like a jaguar.
Back off.
Be careful left.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower
Very good.
Stay spicy.
Back off.
Let me try Doom one first here. See how that goes. And then Corona's Pendant, because
Set up an ambush here.
it's just never really bad on healers.
Flavor flop. Stay spicy. Okay.
Set up an ambush here.
My bad. Too spicy.
Have fun now.
I'm sorry, Jing. Like, I know who is in that lane, and I know I can't beat them. Like, if I go there, I win. I'm not joking with you.
Have fun now.
enemy ultimate down. Okay.
Cure it.
Retreat, left lane.
I just want Poseidon to... I just want to Whirlpool on my stun, that's literally it. Then he dies, cracking him. I'm not sure what he's waiting for. Granted, it is a pretty rough gang on a Sobek as Poseidon, because you do need the Whirlpool to even do anything, if assuming the pluck is still up. Okay.
Enemies behind us.
Back off.
To the vista, amigo.
Enemy missing. Have fun
Probably on gold, I would imagine.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
So hot right now.
Okay.
Be careful, right! What a great fight!
You're the illest.
Thanks. Goodbye.
Savage.
Yes.
Enemy spotted!
The Pyromancer has arrived.
Very good! Well.
There we go. We're pretty lucky that he was out of mana as well.
Be careful, middle!
Retreat, left lane.
Be right back!
I definitely don't see how we could win this game. Like, someone else needs to really perform. Could be Poseidon. There's a chance.
Your left tower is under
Yeah, I mean, if that's gonna happen, then that's just over. Like, how is this matchmaking even making sense? Like, how high is Seth? I guess I'll check. Because something is really not adding up here. And they're duo queuing too. Who is duo queuing on this team? Right? I believe they're duo queuing. Yes, they are in fact duo queuing. And Seb is at 5.6. How the fuck am I? I don't get that at all. I'm 4.5. How am I top elo into that? Are you shitting me, Hyres?
destroyed a
How does that matchmaking make any sense? This has been what?
Your left tower
That's probably one of the weirdest cases of matchmaking I've seen since like I don't know, early reset, I guess. Something is really fucking weird about that.
Fabuloso! Oh, you move like a jaguar! Ooh.
Completed.
Like, duo queuing has to be fucking shit up on the matchmaking side of things, because this doesn't make any sense.
Be careful, right. Yes.
The
That's
enemy team has destroyed the Pyros. Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemies in the right jungle.
I was actually in a great mood before this game, despite the weird chuck game. I fucked up. Why would I queue again? Everything that could possibly go wrong is just wrong in this one. Don't get it.
Help, help, help!
Out middle lane. Okay.
Yo! Beware the shifting side.
Come, my doves.
Ally has been slain.
That's so late. Dude, I fucked up. That's so late. I actually just, yeah, we gotta just surrender. Matchmaking has completely shat itself in this one, and I don't understand why. That's so weird.
Have fun now.
Thanks. Stay spicy.
Defeat.
Let me confirm with Sav. That doesn't make any sense. And they're duo queuing. Let me just check. Was someone duo queuing on our team? Because it fucking didn't feel like it. Everyone fucking hated each other. I'm definitely stopping here. It's super unsatisfying. I actually do want to play a little bit more, but if matchmaking is gonna act like that, what's even the point? Yeah, sorry if I seem really pissy, guys, because I am. I'm really fucking salty about the matchmaking in this one. And usually I'm not. But what the fuck, man? There is a 1.2k difference between us. Between the top elos, that doesn't make any sense. Especially when someone like Nika was in queue when our queue popped. That's crazy. I can't believe this game even took place. I'm waiting for Tracker to update so I can check if someone was duo queuing in this one or not. It's not really updating fast enough. Oh well. No, I'm not doing more SF. Like, I just don't understand how... I need to go anyway. I shouldn't even have queued another one. I just was unsatisfied with the chalk game, and I decided I want to do one more, and somehow it ended up being so much worse. I'm so salty. I just wanted to have more fun, and now I have so little fun, I'm gonna go do something else and absolutely play something else for the rest of tonight. Because high risk shat in my breakfast. It's all good. I'm just waiting. I'm curious, because I don't think anyone was duo queuing on our team either. From what I could see, literally everyone hated and argued. So I just want to check, because did we actually get put in the game where we were against a duo queue? No, okay. Poseidon and our... Okay, so our jungle and support were duo queuing. They just didn't talk, so I was confused. There was zero communication between the two. I just don't get it, man. I don't get it at all. I'm just unsatisfied. That's the best way I can really put it. I'm just unsatisfied. I had fun up until the last two games we played. But in this one, I at least take the blame, because Chuck support just didn't really work out. It was alright early on, but once we had team fighting, that shit was terrible. This game is just... yeah, whatever. I've said enough. I'm done venting. Thank you for stopping by, guys. I really appreciate it. And I will definitely probably not be streaming tomorrow. We'll see.